Good evening. As you can probably hear, I have been slightly under the weather this week. As you probably cannot hear, one of my earbuds is broken. So those are my auditory updates for the evening. I think we're going to do a building stream today. It's okay if I have new ones on order. But I think we're going to do a building stream today. I was looking back, I don't think I've ever done one. Thanks, Eve. But yes, we built a copper farm, and I'm going to go ahead and log into the server so I can show you guys what's going on. Oh, cool, we're at Eve space. Hello again, Eve. Oh. Oh yes, I'm trying out different colors for my chat name. I don't know if I'm going to stick with this one. Ooh, okay. I'll do a quick fly around. So this is Eve's tunnel. And this is the melon pit. It's full of melons. I don't know if I'm going to do the full tour, but I can show you why it's called the melon pit. So Eve just decided that she was going to grow melons here. I don't fully know why. Um, but there's a melon farm, a manual one. No, never mind the sheep. There's an automatic melon farm that puts the melons into auto crafters. And then there's the melon machine. You guys ready for the melon machine? Eve, I do wonder. Aww. I mean, Vex, that's very fair. I'll show you how this works. So, this is made of a ton of note blocks. There's a game out there called the Suika game, which is Japanese for melon. And yes, it plays this song endlessly, forever, and you'll go insane. But because this was the melon pit, I decided to surprise Eve by figuring out how to build this with note blocks. It took me like 40 hours, but I got it done. And yeah, it just goes back and forth and plays the music. And there's a second layer for the piano track. This is so weird because it like keeps going in and out of my ears because one of my earbuds is not working. Tessa, I am nothing if not committed. I think it was a very impractical job ultimately. But Eve is also insane and very committed. And I'm not sure if this is done, actually. It's not. But eventually this is just going to be all chests of shulkers of melons. This is going to be more melons than this server will use in its lifetime, and probably most of the Minecraft servers in existence put together. Let's see. Doing the tour of Eve's base just a little bit. She's got all her plants. So this kind of area of the base is all just different biomes. You've got your cherry biome, you've got your lush caves, got your end biome, desert. And then this is Eve's. Let's see. This is so weird. I can't wait for my new rabbits. I'm hoping they get here tomorrow because if they don't, they won't get here till Tuesday. Eve, I believe you. It's taken apart into pieces that would fit, and then you had to put it back together, and just generally a lot of work. Of course, Tessa. Any friend of Eve's is worth the time. Okay. Let's see, this is Eve's storage. And this chest is where Eve pays tribute to me. Oh, so this thing, I'll show you. This thing used to be, I think it just used to be columns. And it looked kind of like the letter I. And I was like, because it was like I, V, I, and it wasn't lettered, it was just shapes. And I was like, well, okay, I have an opportunity here. And I changed it to say Eve, and I waited for her to notice. Only for me, Vex. Nobody else has to pay taxes. See, how do I get up to the house from here? I thought it would be Vex. Here it is. So this is Eve's house. She stole this floor idea from me. Um, exactly Vex. Bedroom up here. I think looks like Eve's been doing some work on this actually because it's expanded. It's a big bathroom with a bathtub. And then there's the other. Mm-hmm. There's the other house. Eve has two houses because she's extra. Oh, and it looks like this road has been finished. This is the more, yes. But this is the more, like, colorful house. More lush cave. And then there's not much up here at this point, but she's working on it. Okay. It's so generous, Eve. So generous. Mm-hmm. Oh, and there's the downstairs area. So there's she's a landlady, Vex. There's this lava themed area. There's this smelting pit. Just has this big furnace array and then the two small furnace arrays. Welcome in, Ancient Amber. Good to see you. I love how Eve has just been getting all the records. So Vex for like the last year, I think, has been working on at least a year, has been working on this massive amethyst farm. And we need a decent amount of amethyst for this project over here, which is the copper farm. So this is our copper farm, and it's all surrounded on the outside in tinted glass, which uses a lot of yes. So basically, what we did, we did a perimeter, and then we removed the bedrock from the perimeter, and then we've looked at where the biomes had been and put different colors of glass to represent the biomes. And then the drowns, they spawn down here in the dark, and then they go up through the portals. Because all of the water in here is bubble columns. Point is, this took a ton of amethyst to do. Okay, Tessa, that was like my first 8 streams, was just this project. Because I was like, this project is going to take me some time. I think I'm just going to stream it because, like, I wanted to stream, so let's try it, right? It was fun. The point is, Vex built his amethyst farm and got it running at just about the same time that Eve had finally mined enough amethyst to finish this project. And so we never even used Vex's farm. Eve also lives on I don't think we were working that constantly because I took some time off. But um, all this copper here, which by the way, um, I accidentally left a bot online here. Oops, 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 oops. No, 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 no. Okay. That would have been inconvenience. Yes, but does that count? Yes, it counts. Okay. So I left a bot here by accident. And so all of the copper oxidized except around the edges. And we got this lovely gradient. It was great. Um, and so we waxed it to stay. But all of this copper, because Eve's base is in a it's in a copper, like large copper vein. Eve is the royal we. Um, but Eve's base sits on a large copper vein, which means she was mining a crap ton of copper. And so even though this is a copper farm, all of this copper was hand mined because we're nothing if not inefficient. Okay, but today we're going to be working at my base. Both ideally, Tessa. Both. I've given like 3 different tours of my base on this stream so far, so if you're new here, you'll catch one eventually. I don't think I want to do one tonight, but I will show you, what we're doing today. I'm going to run out of rockets. Yes, I have to. How else am I going to get to my base? So this is Ox's History of the World in 400 blocks. I built this unashamedly because I wanted to have the coolest tunnel on the server. So the history of the world. We start with the solar system. Here's the sun, and here's Mercury and Venus, and then Earth before it cooled. So this is Earth when it was still just molten rock, and then so then as time went on, the Earth cooled slowly, and we see this rock starting to cool down and turn into rock, and then we got a little bit of dirt, and then finally some grass, and then we have an ice age, or one of the ice ages. I don't know. There's an ice age going on, and it has woolly mammoths. This one I'm really happy with the vibe that I got. I think it worked well. And then here's the beginning of aquaculture and the building of the pyramids. So you got the slab of stone that they're transporting on rollers, then pyramid, and then the sunset. The sunset is my favorite part of this whole tunnel. It just works so well in this spot. And then in a little place where you can peek at the treasure in the exactly Tessa, you get it. You get it. It's an experience. You can peek at the treasure in the pyramid. And then next we have the classical period. So we have the Parthenon. And then we have the Roman aqueducts. And for, I kid you not, 4 years, this block was missing. I finally put it, I think on the last stream I put it in place. But this stair block, it was missing. Okay, and then we have the Age of Exploration. So we got a ship facing a terrifying wave. And the Age of Flight, we have the hot air balloon and little biplane. And then this is the modern age, so the industrial age. We have a city skyline, we have a highway, and it turns into an information highway. So this here is a computer. It's the inside of a computer. And everybody gets confused. When Joe saw this first, he said, and this is the age of bees. And he's not wrong, but this is just supposed to be a CPU, right? But yes, this is the inside of a computer. This is Mars, the rest of the solar system. So we got Mars, Jupiter with its red spots. We got exactly. Mihakula. This is if it happens, it happens. They can build their own self. Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, and Pluto, because Pluto's a planet. And then we have a probe exiting the solar system. And that's the tunnel. And here's our base. I'm not going to go through everything. But we have our creeper farm, our library, which is this a sugarcane farm. We have a basalt farm, our mushroom stem farm, which pushes the blocks in here so we can still attach them into the parking garage. Vex is. Vex is absolutely living in the age of bees. And he takes every opportunity to remind us. Because he'll come in chat and he'll be like, guess what? I got the bees to make plutonium. And then he's like, it'll make fun of us for thinking that bees could make anything but honey. Honestly, Eve, I think it's today. I think that's going to happen today. I'm just waiting for it. I will show you all the art museum. This is the lava farm, but here's the art museum. It has art. It's where we collect our map art. Since January of 2021, Tessa, I think is the day. And then this like twin building here, this is the one that looks cut in half. This is my tree farm. And trees grow in the middle, and then it pushes out TNT to blow them up. I definitely play in spurts, Tessa. So sometimes I have sometimes I don't play for months, and other times I play a lot. And then in this like area right here, I want to build a concert hall, but that's for another stream. What we're gonna do today is we're gonna go over this way because I have had this idea for I think 3 years now, just kind of in the back of my mind. I want to build a bridge tunnel. So there's some like more areas of my base over this way, over yonder. And I want to build a bridge that goes across. And then on this side, I'm going to build a tunnel. Because in 2021, I think it was 2021. Yes, it was 2021. Was it 2022? One of the two. A couple years ago, I drove to Virginia Beach. And when you drive to Virginia Beach from basically anywhere else, you go for bridge tunnel. And I was like, that's so cool. It's a bridge and a tunnel. Exactly, Tessa. It's a bridge and a tunnel. I need to build this in Minecraft. And so it just kind of sat in the back of my mind. But I want to use some copper for the bridge, which weirdly did not exist at that time. Um, or else not in the same form that it does today. Didn't have all the fancy blocks. But yeah, I think we're going to work on the bridge design. Okay, so that's where we're at. We're going to go to creative and work on this bridge. I have some ideas, but I'm just kind of hoping that this is going to work out. Eventually, Eve. God, okay, which way is the... This is the tunnel that I'm working on for the Guardian farm, and I honestly don't know if I like this, but it's what I'm working on for the Guardian farm and my Coral farm. Bye, Tessa. Hope to see you soon. Oh, feel free to join my Discord if you want to see when other streams are. Exclamation point Discord. There you go, there's the link. Okay, so this is gonna be the tunnel, I think, maybe. The idea is kind of nebulous, but it's like sea themed. I didn't want it to be very high effort. And so I've just got this idea that like it's got these stone walls here and it's got these candles and then you've got this like sandy wooden floor. And then it's like this is supposed to be just like some sea foam that's like washing over the top because it's like kind of a tunnel. I don't know. I don't even know if this works. But this is kind of the idea that I've been messing with here. Hopefully this is the right end. Yes, okay. Yeah. Welcome in, T-Mouse. I'm a little bit confused why I'm not going through this portal. EP Ox. There. So here's my testing area. I have given a ton of thought to this bridge. And I have not found anything that I'm like super happy with. But at some point I just want to build something. And I have some concepts in mind. So let's see. We want some copper. Let's grab our oxidized copper. I want to use this stuff. I want to use this actually. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Give me some copper. So, the idea here is that we are going to build this suspension bridge. It's going to be kind of like vaguely shaped like the Golden Gate Bridge, but there's a lot of, yeah, Amber. Kind of vaguely shaped like the Golden Gate Bridge, but not like exactly like it by any means. I actually do, Eve. Like, I typically have a pretty good idea, like pretty planned out. I know what blocks I want to use, I know what the shape is going to be. It's very rare that I get somewhere by building. I typically have to have the idea already in my head. Um, let's see. Tough. I want to use tough. I want to try to use the copper and the tough together. I want to use this. And I think I'm so sorry, Eve. I think I'm going to use, let's see, stairs. Which stairs do we have? I've been giving a lot of thought lately to like how the things in my base were built. Not like how they were built in Minecraft, but like how they would have been built in real life and how they would have evolved over time. I have this concept I'm kicking around in my head for a concert hall, and I want it to be a building that, like, very intentionally has been renovated. So you can still see like where the old building was, and then where they put an addition on to make it like bigger and fancier. And I think that's going to be really cool. Okay, might use these. Might also just use these. Okay, because what I want to do, the stairs are going to be on the underside, so we're going to have our bridge going like this, and it's just going to be, this is, okay. Oops. It's going to be something like this. And let's see, we're going to want a slab in there, so, because we want this to be a one block center. Show me stone. There we go. We might choose a different material, but this is like the idea for. Um, there, this is what the underside of the bridge can look like. Because this is like very realistic. It's very utilitarian. Like when the bridge, I'm gonna give you a little physics lesson here. When there's a load on the bridge, pretend this is a weight. Of course, there's no physics in Minecraft. Exactly. So I'm already not liking the level of texture that this has. I thought it would have more. Stone stairs are weird. But the idea is that this is going to be under tension. So the it's going to try to bend this way. And that's going to create a tension force on this bottom side. And so that's what these ribs down here resist. But you don't necessarily need it to be solid because that's extra weight. But it's this tension that's holding the load up. It's in this section down here at the bottom. Let's see. Let's try the deep slate. Don't love it. Oh, that's cool, Eve. I never had a science fair or anything like that. What we might try to do actually, because I think okay. And then I do want the outside of the bridge to be a little bit decorative, so we're gonna go ahead and do. So here's our center line. We're gonna want 2 lanes each way, so let's do this. And then let's see. Give me an axe actually. Actually. Okay, so now we can have. Let's take a look at the slabs we have available. Because I do kind of want this to be like distinctive. I want the underside to be utilitarian. I want the underside. I did, Eve. I did ask you a question. Um, but I do want it to be like. I want it to be iconic. I want it to be decorative, but I also want like the structural parts to be structural. Right, if that makes sense. It's like somebody wanted to build an iconic bridge, but there were also budget cuts. Um, so let's see. We're gonna have our supports built of the copper. So what should our decking be? What should our surface of the road be? I don't think it should be brick. It's true, Eve. He did. Yeah, this definitely should not be brick. Honestly, I have half a mind to make it. You know what we could do? One thing we could do would be because I don't love stone. I don't think stone is necessarily the right answer, but it is very smooth, and I want something smooth. We could put like okay, we could do like stone slabs though. Okay. And then some smooth stone slabs, and then we could do this would be like this, and then we'd want something for our lane markers. Um, welcome in, Oni. Good to see you. No, I don't want that. Okay, so we could do this for our road surface. And the reason I'm putting a white line in the middle is because I'm kind of thinking at this moment of the Golden Gate Bridge and how they can, even though that's not like what I'm building here, like how they can like reassign the lanes based on where the traffic is. So they have this movable barrier that goes down the middle. I don't know if we can do that in Minecraft, but we can try. Exactly, Eve. Welcome in, Mimi and Ari. Welcome. Good to see you. Okay. So we got something like this. This could work, right? And then we need to make it decorative. Because I do think sometimes plain old stone is the best option. And then I want there to be like tough here. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe I'll put some. Guy with the beards, welcome in. Sorry to hear about your technical difficulties, but I'm glad you made it. Yes, it really does, Eve. Honestly, stone is better concrete than concrete. Okay, so if I do this, oh yeah, okay. Now this kind of works. Right, this is iconic without being like, yeah. Okay, so then we can do browser cache cost chat reload. I'm so sorry. Okay. So my thought is we could just do like these slabs every once in a while because these things are built in sections that can move independently. And this is like a good section boundary. I usually leave. It's the best. And I think it goes reasonably well with the copper. So I think I did the math that it needed to be like 200 blocks long, which is long. Um, there's the bug. There's the bug. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I just want. There's just something that I'm not satisfied with about this stone. But I feel like the tough slabs are going to be too much. That could work. It was, Joe. It was built with this, which has no copper in it, as you can see. Um, we're working on a design for my bridge that I'm going to build. It's going to be iconic. That's the goal. It's like, Joe, have you been here for a minute, or do I need to fill you in? Okay, so we're building something that's kind of like a suspension bridge, like the Golden Gate Bridge. It's going to be kind of that shape, but we're not like specifically going for that. Yeah, we're trying to get a mix of like, um, yes, Joe. Joe, we're trying to get a mix of like, oh, we put in like unique decorative elements here, but also there were budget cuts and we had to. build the underside of the bridge out of like plain. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for here. Joe, that's what I've been kicking around in my head, and I'm hoping that I'm right. I'm hoping that it's gonna work out. Um, I think in every scene here we can put like maybe a chisel tuff. Like that could work. Doesn't one too many scandal? Honestly, Eve, given the state of City Hall and how it's kind of, exploded, I think priorities are elsewhere for the budget. Okay. Let me make sure that I've. Yeah. So this is kind of getting there. I do have plenty of diamonds in my chest in your storage. Okay. Well, so this is what we're looking at, but I kind of want there to be a place for. Oh, I know, Eve. I'm the most hilarious. Um. Oh, I think I had Joe buy some mini box. Secure nectar konzilkbemk. No, secure nectar konzilskbemk. That's probably the only time anyone is going to pronounce that name, so you're welcome. Joe, I've never seen Superman, so I don't know. I definitely want, because this needs to be even wider, because I want some kind of. No, Eve, but that's kind of the point. They're limited edition. And even when they do come back, they often don't stack because somebody updated the data pack in between. Okay, let's see. So I need a couple of things here. Um, This is gonna be big. It's like I got my traffic lanes, and then I want a pedestrian, uh, like a place for pedestrians to walk, at least on one side. And that's gonna be at least 2 more blocks because we gotta have a spot for the like we gotta have a wall protecting the pedestrians from the traffic, and then we gotta have a place for them to walk, and then we gotta have the outer side of the bridge. And we're all grateful, Eve. I definitely just didn't have to. Playing Minecraft while watching Minecraft is its own mind game. I'm gonna place down a creeper and blow it up when you're least expecting it. Okay. I guess we just start. I'm a little bit terrified of this, but I'm also okay. A little bit unsure how I want to do this. I definitely want to go to one block center, so we're gonna start with like getting the shape, I guess. This is why I don't build on stream because I'm kind of terrified to build on stream. Because like I always want everything to be right, and it's hard to know when you're building that it's right. Or what direction to go to get there. But we're doing a building stream. Okay. So I think we're going to be a little bit maybe restricted in what we can do here. Because like obviously these supports need to be large. But I want them to be kind of tapered at the top. Wow, Eve, you can say that here. Um, let's see. Just okay, so that's Eve, that tunnel, it is 100% done with random noise. I'm so sorry. The tunnel that I was showing earlier, the concept for the Guardian farm, it's all noise. I kind of hate it for that reason. But see, I think I wanted to go. See, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hi, Alyssa. Welcome in. Thank you for coming here clean. We like it when people smell nice in our chat. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. Oh, I don't. What do I want to do with this? This is gonna be so weird because I'm very limited in what like steps I can do, what gradations I can do. Um, we'll do this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom, boom. Okay, so I guess that can be our, that's not terrible. This can be our basic shape. And then we're going to try to do some tricks with the different types of copper blocks to hopefully make this a little smoother. Honestly, this is so satisfying. If they ever added more copper variants, I'm gonna be upset. Um, okay. Let's see, copper, give me stairs. Because I wonder if we can do, like, these different copper blocks that we have, they have different visual weights to them. And I wonder if that's going to affect the perception of how this thing changes shape from far away. So that already helps a little bit. 5. See, I think, yeah, that's fine. So then we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's so drastic. Because the narrowing from here to here, it's we're going to basically half the width very, very quickly. And I do not love that. Eve, honestly, I'm not sure walls would even solve this. Because they have like the wider areas in the middle, if you have a corner or anything, and that would ruin the look for me. But what we can do is do this. And then we can just... Okay, honestly, we can do... We can carry this up a little bit farther for the other one. And it's going to help. And then if I were to do this... We're kind of just using trapdoors for everything, which is not It's not serving us necessarily. Um, Not necessarily helping us. Because I want to have more variation. Okay, so I wonder if we did. If we were to do this. I mean, that's just the exact same thing as the trapdoor. T-Maz. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's painful. Okay. So we do have copper grates. I don't know if this is going to be helpful. So my thought with the copper grates is that like the copper grates make this appear lighter as it goes up. Like this section here feels heavier than this section, which is what we want. Um, but the problem is that we would then maybe want to put a stair on top. That actually doesn't look too bad. It's not the worst. It's kind of bad though. Oh, who thought that a suspension bridge would be so hard? Um, Thanks, guy with beard. Appreciate you. I don't think so, Eve. I do have plans for lighting. I will say that. I have plans for lighting. Okay, definitely. Love to make a bridge with the lights at the top of the suspension pillars. So, Eve, what I'm going to do, because we're going to have the towers, right? Every suspension bridge has towers. And then we're going to have the cables that go down this way, right? And then there's going to be vertical cables. And those are going to be made from a combination of iron bars and end rods. So there's going to be like lights going down the verticals, and that's going to be really cool looking. But I'm saving that part for last. Because, like, I know that's going to work, right? I know that's going to look amazing. This, however, like, even if I were to do this and then that helps a little bit. But Yes, Eve, I have. Hmm. I kind of want to do one on top of the shifted building that I have, like a basalt farm. Those are mostly cell towers, Eve, or other wireless infrastructure. Like cell towers aren't necessarily that tall, but radio towers of various kinds. Okay. This is just not coming out the way that I wanted. Trying to put into words how I wanted it to look. So, hmm. Yeah, Eve. Because this just looks. Okay, so if I replace these with this, what does this do visually? What if I were to do the other way around? Well, the problem is that the stairs are only available in this form. So if we want stairs, I'm glad we have someone in the chat who knows what the ICAO is. Okay. What if we had actually something a little bit more like this? If we were to do that and this, I just think this is too much use of trapdoors. This is too much trapdoor. Okay, so here's an interesting idea. I think maybe if we add some more visual edges to this, it's gonna help figure this out for us. So one thing we can do is we can put the stairs in, and then where the stairs are, this entire layer can be the cut copper, which also is cheaper to make. Not that it matters with the farm, but see, this way, we visually segment the tower in a way that's maybe a little bit more interesting. And then yeah, Eve, I get it, but that's not really what I want here. That's okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Yeah, that's true, Eve. But I think that I wanted to, like, so if I were to do that, we just have like a super flat surface here. And I think that's hurting us. Because this side we have 3 levels that we can go because we're going from one side to the other. But when we go this way, we have less flexibility because we need to go into the center, which means we have to take away both sides at the same time. So we definitely have fewer options in terms of how we decorate this. If we were to do something like, for example, this. I don't like that. We'll save the copper grids for like the joining pieces in between the towers. Yeah, this is a very flat surface. And I don't know how we're gonna widen it. I don't want to go up to 5 blocks of this because then it'll be wider at the base than it is. Like, I want this to be square. Difficult, difficult, lemon, difficult. And how to say easy peasy lemon squeezy? Well, difficult, difficult, lemon, difficult. Possibly Eve, but I like things to work. I like things to be the way that I want them. I like things to be satisfying. And I do want these to be a centerpiece. Like, thankfully, guy with a beard, I'm more than a decade old. God, I'm closer to 3 decades than 2. Alright. Just have these big flat surfaces and it's not clear to me I mean, technically, Evie, you're also closer to 3 decades than 2. Just barely. I was there. Okay. We just have at this spot, we have 4 flat surfaces. Cannot get any narrower. Cannot get because they have to stay wide for this. There's a precious little that we can do. Widening it 1 block at the level of the bridges. I want the base to be square, is the thing. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna copy and paste this. I'm going to go here. And I'm going to go here. And I'm going to copy, flip left. That's not what I wanted to have happen. That definitely did flip, I have to say. Um, that is meeting the definition of flipping. Um, not what I intended. Okay, so this is what it looks like with 2 of them. There's immediately 2 problems with this. Problem number 1 is that this is too wide. And maybe that's not such a problem, maybe it's okay. We'll have to put some cross hatching in here, I don't know what to call it, but we'll put some, like we'll tie these together. The other problem is that these sides here, very flat. I don't know, maybe that we could do something like this. But I definitely want it to be, um So we're gonna do this and then do this and then give me a slab. We're gonna actually use slabs instead for this. Because what I want is for this to be a gentler. Oh no, Eve. Not the unscented soap. Okay, so this is kind of. Ooh. How was it? Did your aunts and grandma enjoy it? Etc., etc., etc. I mean, I'm assuming they didn't, otherwise it wouldn't have lasted this long. Okay, this is a little simplistic. Um, I agree, guy with a beard, but I think that it's not quite where I want it. So I'm gonna work on this some more. What if we did? Because we could go steeper. I think it needs to tie in somehow. So we were to do something like this. Okay, so we can do this and then we can do that, and then we can do and hydrating. Sony. Okay, let's see. I don't love this. I think what I can do is I think y'all see I'm going with this. Or something like that. And the problem is this no longer makes sense. Okay, we need to be. Oh, that helps. That helps. Okay, and then what if we used these here for some visual interest? And here, here. Okay, we're cooking. Which is the thing people apparently say. Now that looks like a much more solid support. Although I don't love the. Yeah, these have got to go. We can do something like that, and I'm starting to not love this. Let's. I don't love this. I don't love this double X kind of thing we got going on here. Let's build something a little bit more. Your brain wants to pretend it's a TIE fighter. I mean, to each their own. What if we did this, and then... No, that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me at all. I hate that. Okay, we'll leave that for a second. And then... What about doing something... So that definitely needs to be this. Needs to be this. There we go. And then... What about... This just feels very solid. More solid than I want it to be. Well, that's not true. Something's wrong here, though. Something's very wrong. What about... Okay. Here we go. As if you had a choice. What about doing something like this? I don't love that. Okay, let's go back to the way that it was. You're not wrong, Eve. It almost makes me think that these lines here just need to be thicker. I think that balances it out. That makes it look better. That definitely does help. You know, and then we can do something like this to even tie it in a little bit better with this layer here. That's too much. I also wonder if these shouldn't be these instead. I think this is getting somewhere. I don't know if it's getting where I want it to be. Like, it's getting somewhere, but it is entirely possible that I don't use the thing we built today. Because I think that the things that I build on my base deserve to be excellent, and I'm not quite there yet with this one. But we are going to push on and see what we can do here. I mean, at least it's an attempt, right? Sometimes you just have to like try to build something and then let it percolate. Man, okay. I want something. Because what we could do is just to copy paste. It doesn't look horrible. Um, I just want to get a sense of what it's like to have multiple of these supports in there. I think this is definitely not the look that I want, but we're going to leave it for the moment. I think that I guess I just imagined the top of this feeling narrower. And I don't know how that was going to work, is the thing. Because, I mean, obviously it can be. But even down here on the surface, okay, that does look imposing. That's correct, yes, Eve. Okay, then I want to do something like, oh, you know what I could do? I could do something like this. Go ahead and paste one of these up here. And then in the middle, I do something more light and decorative. I want to use the copper crates. Somewhere, somehow, using the copper crates. Let's see. We could do a... Okay, so if I just put copper grates across the middle here, what does that look like? Because the problem is that copper grates don't have a stair, so there's no way to do any kind of, like, diagonal with them. And that really severely limits our options. Um, because the only way that we have... For which optic? I would be at... um, where your crossbeam meets the uprights. Did you type so? A stream is frustrating. Honestly, I don't blame you. Like, trying to give anyone advice in a stream is painful, and I hate it, and I just don't do it. Um, it is. It absolutely is. I guess I could do... Because we could make something happen with this, right? We could do... These, the trapdoors that I already have here, they could be something. Like, if I were to do... Oh, that's gonna be painful. But if I were to do something like this... Do that just so I can place the trapdoors, and then we do this, and... Absolutely. You're absolutely right. However, this is... Okay, so if I were to do something like this... Basically, we want more trapdoors, but... This is starting to get somewhere. This guy with the beard, it's fine. Like... It's hard to put my finger on it, but there are some kinds of backseating that I mind, and others that I don't so much, and right now I'm not minding this, so it's appreciated. But if I were to do something like this, ooh, I think I'm getting somewhere. Just spam trapdoors. That's the answer. Okay, but if I like this. I like what I'm seeing here. So if I were to do something like, oops, then this, now that's the vibe. That's the vibe. That's what we want. And this is, I don't know if this is the exact placement, but this is the vibe. Now all we have to do is put the trapdoors on the other side. So, oops. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're liking this. We're vibing. Oops. This is what we wanted. So let's I mean the problem is that we can't do another one of these up higher because this is only one block wide. And we don't want to make this wider at the top. What we can do is something like we could fake it, right? We can do, because here's where this trapdoor is, and then we can do, like these have the same look as the trapdoor. Let's slap one of these there. Consistency, and then these guys. And then maybe like, I think this is going to end up looking a little bit heavier, but it's okay. I think we'll just do this. I don't like this as much. It definitely needs to be lighter, so let's see what we can do to accomplish this. That helps a little bit. Oh no, that's a problem. Don't love it. Okay. Do this. That's just a little bit lighter. Okay. And what about having doors along the bottom? This we can kind of live with. This is given the vibe that we wanted. So let's get rid of this thing at the top. Yeet. I wish I could set an alias for world edit so that I could just do yeet instead of set errors. There, okay. So now we just need a so I want to do some of these up here. Okay. So then all I need is for this thing thingy here to move up a little bit higher. Cut. Paste. And now we can just do this and that. Let's see, now I can do this without without looking like shit. Um, what about... Okay, now it's basically the same look as below. Get rid of that. Oh, I know what I need. I need these to go away. I need to have these in the corners instead. And there we go. This is what we wanted. Kind of. So it definitely does need to be tied together at the top. Or does it? Okay, so Eve, here's the thing. Like, the scaling exactly the exact height is going to be determined by the length of the bridge and what makes the swoop look right with the suspension. What I'm not enjoying is that this gap is wider than this one. That should not be. I think these should get closer together as they go up. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how how the copper supports can even work. Which I am infinitely happier than I was 10 minutes ago. Um, okay. I mean, the simple answer is make it shorter. I don't really want it to make. I don't really want to make it shorter though. I do like how this is going. I think we can just, because from here to here is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks. So if we were to do interesting. I think it, honestly, I need to split the difference here. So if I do that, this song makes me happy. This does. And then we go up with these to there. I'm kind of happy with this. Okay, so we just need something to tie it together on the top. And our ties, I think, are going to be lighter as we go up. Like, that just makes sense. So, maybe we can do something even just like this. And so I'm going to give it just like a couple of blocks to the top. Just maybe 1 block. Okay. I don't entirely know why I'm doing this, but I'm doing it. Okay. Boom. Boom. This definitely needs to go down. But there. That's pretty close. That's kind of what I wanted. Let's see. Let's put. I'm glad I have copper weathering turned off in this world. I don't. There's something. Okay. do and this and this and this and this. That could work. Let's see. Maybe something like this would help. Doesn't really. What if I were to do? What if I were just to go out and do that? Need those? I don't need them. I'm kind of okay with this. Yeah, this can work. And then truly is the easy part. We're just gonna do cross fingers, the easy parts. We're going to do, thank you. Maybe cobbled deep slate even. For like a mossy stone brick or mossy cobble. But this is gonna be our cable. It's gonna be slightly lumpy, but it'll get the job done. And from far away, it's gonna blend right in. It'll take some doing to get the curve right, but that's gonna depend on the actual length of the bridge. Which, by the way, the bridge deck also going to be curved because that's the way they really are. You don't build it truly straight, flat across. You build it so that it has a very gentle slope to it. Yes, Sony. Wait, but honestly, I'm kind of okay with this. This looks more or less the way that I want it to. It still looks a little bit wide, but it's just going to, I think. Probably does need to be a little bit taller, but we'll figure out exactly how that's going to happen. And I don't want it to be too tall because I don't want to have too much of a Golden Gate feel. But I think okay. Let's go take a look at survival real quick. Okay, so this is going to be the tunnel side, and we're probably going to have to terraform under here so that it's not as deep. That's easy to do. And this side is the bridge side, and it's about what, testosterone? Okay. We are at 40, 51. So like 40, 50-ish. Oh, terraforming, of course. Oh, look, suspended sands. Okay, so yes, just about exactly 200 blocks for this bridge. Which means we're going to place our towers approximately 100 blocks apart. Because it'll be 50 blocks, then 100 blocks, and then 50 blocks. Because that way each tower is holding up 100 blocks of bridge. So if I take my... I'm so sorry, Eve. So here's the 4 block segments of the bridge, and so we need to stack. Okay, so this is going to be the length of the bridge. Obviously, this is going to move towards the center. Oh, shit. It's weathering. Oh, it will not weather. Cool. Okay. Right. Eve, I feel a little bit bad, but there's a very good chance that I would not. Oh, yeah, I set the wrong position again. Okay. Position 1. Position 2. Cuts. Shit. I'm so sorry, Eve. Sucks. Okay, we're gonna do that. We're going to cut. And then we're going to go here and we're going to note that we are at Z negative 2116. So we're going to go to negative 2166, which is 50 blocks. We're going to stop here, I think. This is 2165, so this would be... Oh, here. Okay. And paste. We'll fix up the top of the road later. And we're going to go to 20. $266. Okay, so this is what it would look like. So I think the towers do need to be slightly taller. They're a little squat, perhaps. Just a tad bit in terms of how long this bridge is. Eve, I think you might say gunched, but I hate that word. Okay, do this, do this. 49 north. And there's our top of the road fixed. Except my base is a east side base, on the east side of the server, so yes, not in the west. Okay, so the first and most obvious thing I'm going to do, so I want to make sure that we have enough spacing here. So this is a 5 block gap from the top of this cross piece to the bottom of this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want to make sure we have at least 5 blocks here. We only have 4. So we also only have 4 blocks here. So if I just raise each one of these up by 1, then potentially we'll get at least a couple of blocks out of that, and that'll help. Oh, I hate it. I hate the word. I hate everything. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lift everything up. Yes, Vex, and I can ban Eve. She is in fact bannable, just not by you. So okay, we're gonna cut up 1 and paste. And basically we're just gonna take each one of these levels and make it 1 block taller. And that's all we're gonna do. That's paste. Okay. This is a 5 block gap now, so that's great. And we can just link this up by 1, maybe? Copy and paste. Okay, so now each of these have equal spacing. So this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one has 5. This one has 5. Now, they don't necessarily feel equal because of the different weights involved. Um, but they are. And this already feels better. This, however, this I think does need to be lower. Where's my... Here we're going to do that and this. I think this will fix the proportions. Cross fingers. That does help. It almost looks worse though. Like, I almost feel like this needs to come down even further. Like, it needs to be either here. I'm actually gonna take this off. I think that's appropriate. And so we kind of need it to be honestly, I want to see this down even like here. Yeah. Yes. Oh, which side looks better? This side or do we like this side? I think we like this side. I think I want this side. think I'm gonna do this and that and then match. I think this is the way I want it to be. And then maybe we just continue the trapdoors to get the silhouette right. Oops. Yeah, I think a couple of thanks. That's the best compliment you've ever paid me. Okay. I'm gonna copy the ends. Paste. I am pretty happy with this. I did paste. Didn't quite look right. It is right. So what does it look like to be on the bridge? Looks okay. I don't want to make these too tall. But they may need to be a little bit taller. Let's see what it looks like to do it. Honestly, this is just going to be like... Oh, did you see the farm? We have a farm. It's very big. I spent my first 8 streams on it. And yes, we have a farm. I think this slope has to be non-decreasing. I think that's what we need here. I think... That is too steep. Let's see. We can do some math here. So we need to go 50 blocks before we go back up again. And in that time, we are, let's see, here we are at 5109. So that's like 40 blocks above the bridge deck. And if we're 40 blocks above the bridge deck and we want this to, because on some suspension bridges, the cable will go all the way until it's basically touching the bridge deck. And on others, it doesn't. Let's say that we wanted to drop 30 blocks in the space of 50 blocks. So we needed to drop 30 times. So if we do the first, say, starts to get really, that starts to feel really uniform. Like that. Honestly, if it won't take much longer, because I don't think that it takes that much copper, honestly. I think it's fine. Okay, so let me get a couple, because we're too high, so let me get a couple more of these going. And then I'm going to do the ones. Twos. See, so we were going from 166 to 266, and in the middle we have one of 51 blocks, I believe. So that would put us at the 217. You can mark our midpoints. This is just a temporary marker. Okay, so there's our midpoint that we're shooting for. Pink. Let's do, this is, do a calculator real quick. 217 minus 166, 51, and then it's 49. That's okay. Clean lizards. We love it. There. Hell yeah. Oh, so we're building a bridge, in case you didn't notice. I don't remember when you came in. Let's see. So let's... So this is still two... Okay. This part I'm kind of okay with, but I want it to be steeper through here before we shallow it out. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. The road to El Dorado? I'm a little confused. Please explain to me this reference. What if we start? Okay, hear me out. What if we start with 4s? Okay. 2, 3, 4 over. 1, 2, 3 over. 1, 2, 3 over. 1, 2, 3. The thing is just both is good. I thought that was okay, I do recognize it, but I for some reason I thought that was Emperor's New Groove. I don't think that's true. But this is 5. I can't count. Stop laughing at me. Chat, stop laughing at me. I'm not funny. Okay. Let's see. That's probably enough. So let's go with 3s now. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. To be fair, I don't think I've ever seen The Road to El Dorado. I don't think I've seen that movie. I think I just saw the GIF and I assumed because it had been like years since I'd seen Emperor's New Groove. That's okay. Okay, Wendy, but it had been years at that point since I'd seen Emperor's New Groove, and I was just like, that's where it must come from. Okay, let's see. How are we looking? This is maybe a little bit steep. We'll see. We press on. Yeah. It's okay. Oni just doesn't eat. Oni has to starve. It's a sad life. Okay. Mm, what? This is too. We decrease the slope too quickly. I mean, we could get all three of us together and watch it if that's what we wanted to. The trouble with this kind of slope thing is that you have to undo so much when you realize it's not working. God, catenary curves are difficult. Um, yes, Eve, but not necessarily at the top. So this is just like the point that I'm aiming for. This is just telling me that it's in the middle, but I kind of want it to be close to the deck when it gets there. Okay, so I mean, when we're bottoming out really quickly. No, because that's twice as much, Eve. That's twice as much to undo and redo when I get it wrong. Like, I can already tell looking at this that it's not the vibe that I want. It needs to be a gentler slope out. So I think I'm going to go back to the threes. And the problem is then that we don't get down enough, but okay, so we're going to start with this, and then we're going to go with just a couple of those, and then we're going to go with threes. Because the problem is that I want it to be shallow enough that you actually get the benefit of the lights that we're going to put on, but also I want it to be steep enough that it looks realistic. And to look realistic, it has to start out steep and then get shallow. And the real problem is here that we have just a couple of slopes to choose from, essentially. Like, if we just keep going on like this for long enough, then it starts to look like a diagonal line. But if we do that, let's get it lower down. And problem is that you're gonna be too high. You're gonna be too high. You can see here that of this go. That kind of looks okay, actually. Yeah, we can do that. We can alternate. Maybe. Might look okay. So we're gonna go down 2. Go down 1. And that makes for a gentler transition. And we switch to all 1s. And then we're gonna do a 2. Then another 1. And a 2. Another 1. And all 2s. And this is showing some promise. Then we're gonna start doing 3s. And then 4s. And we hit. Hi, Joe. Welcome to the game. Okay. Okay. I'm kind of okay with that. It's a little bit circular, but I think we can work with this. Let's actually. Okay, with any luck, this matches up. Copy, flip north, paste. Cross fingers. It matched up. Okay, so the question is, does this look the way we want it to? It does not. This is not quite right. For one thing, this little segment here needs to come up. So if we do this, for example, and then the problem is that that's no, honestly, that's not a big deal. That's workable. God, okay, never mind. Ate everything. This is annoying. Good night, Annie. So sorry for melting your brain. Okay, but problem number one is that this is too short. So we want to take this actually straight across. That looks much better. Okay, so now we're back where we started. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to take up this little bit of slack here. What if it doesn't make... It's like we need something here. We have to have something there, but I wonder if... No, that's too heavy. But either way, there's an awkward little bump here, and I don't like it. I do this, and this. See, I don't. Because we have this problem. Our slope is now consistently, like our first derivative is consistent, and it's not. It's never negative. But it's not as nice of a curve. This is a nicer curve. I think this is the winner. Even though I kind of hate it, I think it's the winner. Um, a little bit bowl-shaped. Okay, let's take a look real quick. I will show you. If you look at the Golden Gate Bridge, let's take a look at the shape of that. Okay, so that's very shallow, but what I noticed about this bridge, if I could find like a straight on photo of it, this slope is very shallow. It's more shallow than what we have. And it looks actually pretty consistent. And you can also see that the bridge itself is curved. That's true. That's very true. But I'm just trying to get a sense of what this curve needs to look like. Back to the game. Because this isn't right. Yeah, I keep thinking that. And I keep thinking that, like, yeah, because that was an improvement, right? It was a big improvement when we moved the middle up earlier. I don't want the middle to be too high though, because otherwise that's not going to make sense at the ends. Because essentially the curve has to meet the ground at the ends. In fact, let me actually try some. I want to see what it looks like if we actually. Copy, and then if we go over to the end of the bridge, paste. Oops. Slightly off the end of the bridge and paste. 'Cause that's what it's actually gonna look like. I think it has to touch the bridge. Um, they do. You're right. But do I wanna make a different curve? I had enough trouble with one. Okay. Um, okay, so it needs to be I mean, I feel like this is probably okay. Maybe if we make it slightly longer on these, you'll feel better? I think that is better. I don't know, but I think that might be slightly better. Oh, I'm sorry, Eve. I hope you feel better. Um, I mean, we know what this means. Oof, hate it. Just a little too warm in the room is the worst thing ever. Just a bowl shape. It's too steep here, but I think you're right that it might have to. Let's add in the verticals and see what happens. I'm also gonna. Oops, okay. Copy, flip north, paste. Oops. Undo, paste. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna do iron bars and end rods. If we do them every third, Oh, I remember you telling me about this, Eve. Okay. Ironically, that just helps smooth out the curve right there. Oh, Eve. Oh, shit. I mean, what we really want is to have these, like, here. So maybe we can. Maybe we can do... That's not what I wanted. We want this for... this to be the awkward too. As well as this one. Because this helps widen this out and helps the parent that already helps because it makes it just a little gentler because it extends the wall just a tad this way. So that this awkwardly tall one looks... Thanks, Joe. See, that already helps. I dish. Oh, I wish I were... Okay. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Tiny Mouse, Daisy Cutter, Nikki. Thank you for the raid. We are building a bridge. I have had this bridge in my head for... Hi, Joe. I've had this bridge in my head for probably 3 years in some form or another. And I'm finally trying it. It's terrifying. But we're doing it. Sooth, welcome. I don't have a charity to promote, unfortunately. You should, if you haven't already, you should go donate to Dish's campaign for... Hi, Joe. You should donate to Dish's campaign for St. June. Someday I will get in the charity groove, but... Thanks, guy with the beard. Hi, Dish. I'm so sorry you're crashing, but I hope that the stream was worth it. I hope that you felt, I hope you felt uplifted. Oh my god, Joe is too big. Joe is stream sniping me right now. Now I hope that you... Obviously today was a hard start, and I hope that you felt supported by your community, and I don't know what to say, but we do our best. Are you like Godzilla or King Kong or something? Is that what's going on here, Joe? I love how... Okay, Good night, Dish. Thanks for the rain. By the way, I've never done like a raid intro in my life, but hi, I'm Ox. I mostly stream Minecraft. I'm a builder, I'm a redstoner, I'm a little of everything. I just have fun. Um, yeah. Looks like it's true because he didn't adjust his speed, he just adjusted his size, and so he's just like walking, but slowly. Okay, there he is. Just left him under distance. It's weird because there's like no sense of perspective while he's flying, so he just looks like he's closer to me. Just welcome in, Shroom. Good to see you. I recognize you from Joe rating you at least a couple of times. I'm Ox. Nice to meet you. That is true. He's also in creative mode though. Bye, Joe. I'm sorry to disappoint. I am not an enemy of Joe's. Joe is a thank you, Sue. Joe is, of course, however, someone who can ban you. Um, so just keep that in mind. Thank you for the follow, Shroom. Oh, thank goodness, that was lucky. Let's see, we would actually want this to be here. Yes. I have not figured out a good way in World Edit of doing something every other block. Shit, I just realized. We have to start here because of where the... It's going to be an awkward gap. We have to start here because of where this is. That being said, I'm wondering if every third block, so 1, 2, 3, 1, is not the move here. So definitely yes, using World Edit Sooth. Because this is the creative version, we will be building it eventually in survival. That's yes, in some circumstances, Joe. Which actually is not the worst idea because we could do a mask and then we'd have the problem is that it has to be under the curve. Yes, we're doing an integral. I've been making calculus jokes all night. Um, well, that is not ideal. I actually want to see if I can use a wall to... No, I don't want to do that. Um, but I do need this to land in the middle, naturally. Oops. I could do the math for this, but I don't want to. It's fusion emojis? Should I ask? He sent me the most blurst ghost plus steak emoji. I'm okay. I'm a little worried. Stack. Dash. Air. Go 40 up. Oops. I just did yes. Undo. Steak ghost coast to coast. Okay then. Oh, this. Okay. Let's do. See, this has the same problem. Uh, Undo. I need a way to filter so that it doesn't, so that it like only replaces air as opposed to only pasting air, if that makes sense. And I don't know how to do that kind of mask. Let's look up the manual. Let's see. World edit. Masks. Interesting. So like a bug that's flying around the face. Okay, let's see. Commands. Stack. Ignore air blocks. That's not what we want. I'm a little... Okay. What about clipboards? Copy. No, because the problem is that what it's doing, Sooth, is that the mask is applying to what I'm stacking and not what I'm replacing. Oh, okay, we're going to do this manually. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, see, that's what I'm going to do, but still. Did I do? Did I do like 50 episodes? No. And yes, I do, Sue. So I have an ocean in my base, and there's a place where it kind of narrows and goes to the east, which is where the other part of the base is. So I've got some farms and stuff out to the east, and I want to build this bridge across most of the gap, but it's going to be a bridge tunnel like they have out on the east coast. Um, Because I think bridge models are cool. Okay, let's make sure we're using this to our advantage here, because this is not being used to our advantage. We need to put this here. Because in order to get the right sort of gentle slope, what we want to do is we want to have an extra 2 in here. And by choosing that place to put it, we allow the iron bars to help widen this. Sure, Joe. So that is the idea. We're not ripping off Golden Gate, but that's kind of like I want to build that type of suspension bridge. It's got to do with yes. So the general shape is sort of inspired by the Golden Gate Bridge, but it's also taking some inspiration from the Bay Bridge in that it's going to be lit up similarly. So that's going to be cool. Obby and guy with a beard, you're not making me mad here. Like I kind of like that. I'm not going to name it that. Okay. Flip north and paste. Tina Gate Bridge. What's... Oh, God damn it. Okay. Fine. Yes, you can. Ooh. Okay, so now we do the real magic. second, over to the second position here. And 50 up. Then replace with, say, 80% iron bars, 20% and rod. That's what we wanted. That's the bridge. Thank you, everyone. I was terrified to do this stream because building is not something I'm super confident in. And I wanted, if I'm streaming something, I want it to be something I'm confident in. But I'm not confident in this bridge. I do think maybe. Thanks, Eve. Needs something for sure. I'm not entirely sure what I want that to be. We can try lanterns. I think lanterns are maybe the move there. I mean, fair. Okay, so I think this does help for sure. What does it look like without them? Little Hindenburg is outstanding even in its own fields. So one might think that a group of people looking to complete the most technical challenging mod pack in existence would not be full of utter morons. Apparently you would think that. Okay, honestly, I kind of like it without lights on top of the towers because The light mostly matters at night. And I like that this top of the tower is dark because it kind of blends into the sky and makes it look infinitely tall, even when it's not. I think this is the way I want it. Now to make sure that I haven't messed this up. I have, in fact, messed this up. This should be continuous. Surely there's a bee that fixes that problem. The Vex came back from a week break because they were begging him to make more power. No one else wants to do it. It comes time to start upgrading the nuclear fuel. Somebody's made the new mixer array and move the autocrafting recipes over to it. Oh, sure. But here's the thing. If you want to mix dusts, can you not just have the bees fly around in them and like mix it up that way? Wee. If bees aren't solving your problem, you probably aren't using enough of them. Okay, so here's what's going to happen here. We are going to section this bridge. As the sections that yes, that's the idea. Like, basically, so this this section in my headcanon is fixed. That means that the hanging sections need room, just a tiny bit of room to move. Otherwise, they'll put pressure on the towers. It's okay, puns are allowed. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. Never mind, never mind. First, do this. There we go. Now this thing won't break in the summer. It is true. Some of us are more equal than others. All the torment nexus from the classic sci-fi novel Torment created. Yes. See today. I think I'm okay with this. Let's take a look at it in context. You see, these are going to have to go down more. Beds. That's not a problem. Oh boy, okay. We have a lot of. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass. It's going to be a total pain in the ass because this has to be waxed. Right now I have, yeah, so this is going to have to be aged to. No, I did not. We have a copper farm, so it's not a big deal for the amount of copper we need, but the actual aging it is going to be a pain in the ass. So, Sooth, you weren't around for my first like 8 streams. We were making a perimeter-based copper farm. Like we did a perimeter, we removed the bedrock, we put the copper farm as low as possible. It's huge. It will give us all the copper we could possibly need. That's not a concern. The concern is aging it. Oh man. Joe didn't even make the regular copper farm. I made it. In fact, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Let's do a cheeky little analyze on this. Let's see, first of all, make sure that everything is waxed. Okay. 3. Okay, so this is waxed now. Replace this is a pain in the ass. Um, weathered cut copper. Waxed. Weathered cut copper. Replace weathered chiseled copper. Waxed. Weathered chiseled copper. Replace weathered copper grades. Waxed. Weathered copper grades. How many blocks? 704. I'll do an analyze with Lightmatica in a second, and then we'll see what everything is. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna show you what's about to happen here. Replace waxed. Replace weathered copper trapdoor. Waxed weathered copper trapdoor. Okay. Watch and learn. Watch. Oh yeah. Actually, that looks kind of cool. Slightly cool. Oh, oh, okay. Undo. Show me this. Like this? Yeah. Oh, that's gonna save me so much time. Weathered cuts, copper stairs. Waxed, weathered, cut, copper stairs, which I think is actually the longest block name in Minecraft. Thanks, Joe. Oops. Undo. Gotta do the direction thing again. Okay, I think this is all waxed. We'll find out in a second from Lightmatica, but arrow. Mm-hmm. If I knew you would understand. Okay. Analyze area. Okay, honestly, it's not that much copper. We definitely did not need to build a copper farm for this. Does appear we got all of the copper waxed, which is good. And yeah, I think this is good. I think this is what we want. Um, so 704 regular copper blocks, and then about that many combined of everything else. Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure that the pillars like below water are going to be copper. I'm going to figure that out later. Your schematic has 15 shulkers of ingots. No, Vex, because we only need one shulker of copper blocks at most, I think. Yeah, there you go. Okay, let's take a look at this in the survival world. Vex, we all take a turn. Let's schematic. Bridge. Code. No arrows. Okay, Peach, y'all get the idea, right? This is gonna look cool. I'm not gonna bother with getting this in the exact right spot, but this is basically where it's going. And it's maybe a little bit out of place, but because there's like nothing else out here. But so essentially, the thought that I've had forever is that there's essentially going to be like a highway that's going to go this way. And I don't know if, yes, you can see my mouse, cool. It's going to kind of go this way. And then it's going to curve. And it's going to go under a tunnel in this little channel here, and then over the big channel over the bridge. And then over here will be my storage so that it's not loaded all the time. And then over here is the cat gift farm, and further on the driftstone. And this is going to be like the desert town area, which we're going to build up in later streams. Okay, Vex, to set your expectations. Number one, I have been planning this bridge tunnel for 2 or 3 years now. And finally got around to designing it. Number two, I've been equally hesitant over the storage. I need to design the building. I think it's going to be a sports stadium because that gives you plenty of space to work with. But regardless, I'm going to design the building. And I also need to design the storage. Because I know there's like a million different kinds of storage that you can get that are like pre-designed and perfect, but I want something that like makes Sooth gets it. Sooth gets it 100%. I want something that makes sense to me. I want something that does storage in the way that I naturally think about it. And so there is no I in the storage deck. I mean, I'm going to show you my storage. So here's my base, and like someday, okay, Vex, for 10 years? So I built my first computer at 10. And then from then until I left for college at 18, so like 8 years, I had like a room full of computer stuff that my parents were afraid to go into. And it was just in the basement. And I would have like 3 projects going on at a time. And so I was like the only person that could navigate this room because you had to like step over things in a certain order to get somewhere. And that's just how I lived. So I'm very used to having all of my stuff in a basement. But yes, this is like my bulk earth storage, and this is my regular storage. And it just kind of makes sense to me the way that it's done. The nice thing about modern Minecraft is that you don't really need like a ton of chests because you have shulkers that you can put in them. But it's 100% manual. Mm-hmm. So these are all the dye colors. Because I wanted to have like my original idea for this was because I have a dye shop on this server, I sell dyes and other art supplies. It's kind of true, Guy with Weird. Kind of true. Don't sell Vex, though. Um, but I had all of these shulkers, and the same setup is at the store. And so the idea was that I was going to farm all of the dyes and then just keep full shulkers here. And whenever I needed to restock the store, which I should go check now, but whenever I needed to restock the store, I would just go and swap out the shulkers. That never happened. Not once. But I do have dyes here for whatever it's worth. I have the bearded not wrong. It's true. This storage works perfectly on Bedrock. To the extent that anything works on Bedrock. I'm tired. Okay. Let's go. First of all, we're gonna go to the store, and then second of all, we're gonna see. Vex, that sounds like a skill issue. Okay, so first thing is I want to see how much storage, how much copper we have at the copper farm today. Because what we can actually do is we can just find a spot and lay out a ton of copper and then just let it oxidize. Okay, cool. We have plenty of copper. No shulkers to put it in, apparently, but plenty of copper. Oh, hell yeah. We have shulkers. They do, kind of. Vex, were you here for the stream when I put that in there? There's a redstone shulker. I needed that thing. Yes. Oh my god. Okay, that's better. Um, Sooth, I could, but I'm going to show you the level of effort that I went to build this farm. And, um, I mean, technically, yes, it does have world borders. They're at the default 30 million blocks, but it does have world borders. Um, Vex are a pain in the ass. But let me show you the overworld side of this farm. Because the nether side ain't got nothing on it. Including, it actually does have a bedrock detector. In case the world is ever converted to bedrock and loaded. But yes, this is the overworld side of the copper farm. So we did an entire perimeter. Then we removed all of the bedrock from the perimeter so that we could make sure that the farm spawning spaces would be as low as possible for the best rates. And then we put in glass based on where all the biomes were. So each one of these colors represents a different biome. The yellow is a sunflower biome. And then inside each one of these cells here, it's just 100% bubble columns. And so the drowned, they spawn and they go up. And then at the very top, there's currents that push them into the portals. It's the only farm that I think Mojang is going to have a hard time breaking. Also, this border, I accidentally left a bot here. Because we were going to oxidize the copper anyway, but I accidentally left a bot here, and this copper was just outside the random tick range. And so it got this lovely gradient that we then waxed, so it would stay. Because what happens is, there's a rule for how this works. So the edge of the random tick range was right here. But copper can only age if every copper block within 4 blocks of it is at its same state or more aged. So these things aged once and then could never age again because they were within 1 block of this. They were within 4 blocks of this. Yes, Sooth, we did. And then similarly, once we get here, these blocks, they're not in range of these, but they are in range of these. And so they can only oxidize to this state. And then once we get 4 more blocks in from the edge of the random tick boundary. And the thing is, this thing is evidence that our server's been around a while. Because in the latest version, in the latest update, they're changing it so that random ticks happen in all loaded chunks. Regardless of how or why they're loaded. Which means this could never happen in the latest version of Minecraft. But here, it happened, and it was cool, and it was totally an accident. Okay. Let's find a place to get some copper laid out. Might go to the desert by my base. We'll see. And then I'm going to spawn a bot, and then I think we're going to end stream. Because we've been at this a while. Joe, the sleep bot is not... First of all, breaking all of that would be a nightmare with the bedrock underneath. Second of all, the sleep bot is not... Actually, yes, it is within range, but still, like, pain in the ass. Okay. Oh, we're going all out. Like, all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put down a. Oops. And blah. I'm gonna put down like 2 shulkers of copper. Because, I mean, we need each copper, right? So I'm going to put down a shit ton of copper. And I am foul-mouthed on Twitch. I wonder how much this is just like the person I've become. Let's see. Okay. This is all going to get built over anyway, so yeah, let's put it here. It's not the worst idea, Sooth, because Joe's base is super flat. He's basically flat in the entire. That's just. Sooth, you got the right idea. Let's do it. Um, Eve, I have the advantage of being able to AFK this with a bot, so I don't have to be efficient. Joe, did you like finish that, or is it still in progress? We're going to Joe's base because I want to do things in things that aren't perimeters. Ah! The Everything Bagel Farm? Yes, it did. Although Joe is redesigning it as we speak. Okay, here's the copper location. Okay, let's do a little tweakery magic here. Tweak, restock. True. Tweak, then. Fast placement in a layer. You know what? Sure. Why not? Oh, hello. I'm sorry, Joe. I'll be more considerate. I wonder if I can instant mine copper with a hasty beacon. I wonder if copper. I don't think copper works with a beacon. It should because it's pretty, but I don't think it does. And we're all very proud of you, Joe. Um, Vex on the copper farm. I want to say that I only had the bot online for about 48 hours. That's okay, because watching grass spread is fun. I'll do a stream of it. We'll just watch the grass spread. It'll be content. Okay, not a single one of these is oxidized yet. Joe, you wanna help me place copper? This isn't gonna take me that long, but might as well give you something to do. Dude, are you someone who enjoys ASMR? Because I cannot stand it. Oh my god. Guy with beard. Yes. Thank you. That is what it sounds like. I could not place it, but yes. I did not grow up watching cartoons. But yes, I'm sure that's somebody's nostalgic experience. Shit. I have to say, I did not grow up in a TV watching household. My parents, they didn't exactly think the screen was evil, but they did think that it was best to, focus your time on other things. And I think they were generally right. Um, and so I grew up reading books and riding my bike and doing all the things that kids had done in the generation before me. Of course, when I grew up, I kind of got hooked on the screens, like everybody else my age, and frankly, everyone else my parents' age at this point. But I definitely like have this frame of reference for life that's not centered around the computer or the phone, and at this point in life, I'm grateful for it. But I will say that I went to my grandparents' house and watched TV, and I always liked Tom and Jerry. All right, that Joe. I wasn't allowed much screen time in the early days, but my sisters didn't have similar stipulations. I had popped popcorn a lot. We would lay on the cold floor in the summer. Okay, I like a cold floor. Hmm. We're getting there. We're getting there. Thank you for your patience with this riveting content. I hope you're all watching your favorite cartoon in your head. Um, Joe, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. I will say I'm getting worried because, my dad's young. He's in his 50s. But he's, actively forgetting things that he should know about computers. Things that perhaps he even taught me when I was younger. It's like he's actively becoming a boomer before my eyes. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, Eve. So Eve says her dad once tried to stick a spoon to his shoulder because the COVID vaccine made it magnetic. Okay, first of all, most spoons aren't magnetic. Second of all, I read that for some reason. I read it as a wooden spoon, which is even dumber. Okay. Hey, the copper will age until it's done or until that guy dies. Sooth, I got my shots when I was like, I think I got my shots up through like 5 years old, which, is the important ones, and then didn't get the ones that should have got when I was a teenager. 11:24 p.m. For what? Oh, oh, gotcha. Okay, I promised y'all that I would show you my shop. So this here is the shopping district. It is full of shops. Most of them are themed after Minecraft blocks. So there's a bookshelf, a loom, a smoothing table, crafting table in the back. And the loom is my shop. It's one of my favorite builds. Um, I can, that is true. Joe, you either. Never mind. I am not making any sales there. So the funny thing about Eve is that sure, yes, that'll do. So Eve joined this server because I was complaining to her. She's my friend. I was complaining to her that nobody had ever bought anything from my shop, or that like not very many people bought from my shop. And so I joked that she should come on the server and just mine diamonds and spend them at my shop. And so she came on the server and she mined diamonds and she spent them at my shop. And ever since then, like all of her diamonds that she gets are taxed to me, which is very nice. A bit of a company store situation, but I let her build a base because it keeps her happy and makes her mine more. That's how that relationship works. Woo, no sales. Okay. Eve, when are you going to stock the bonus chest up there? Joe? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I guess the Star Destroyer. I did, yes, Alyssa. I flew into a wall and fell on the floor, and that was worthy of making a noise. I'm sorry if I scared you. It is like 2:30 a.m. for you. What's the XS? XS, like extra small lizard noises? Is it a good feeling? Oh, yeah, I already had one. It's true. You can tell because, like, that is how they would each abbreviate them. Yes. Okay. I think that's it for me. I'm gonna raid, and so let's see who's online. Oh my god. There is finally someone from the Epic community online, assuming they're not. They're ending. They have a really cool like Windows 95 theme to this. You're welcome, Melissa. Eve has one too. Eve, send Alyssa your gay 100 emote. It's like subtly different. I'm curious to see which one you like better. Okay, this is so clever. I'll show you guys. This is their ending screen. Like, I'm jealous. I'm actually jealous. Would have rated them. Going to follow them.
Means you're already gone crazy.
Okay. Let's see about a raid. Raid channel. Somebody's offering to pop a totem if you follow them, so they've probably got a raid farm. Um, well, first of all, let's see if there's any women. This there's somebody I could probably raid, but he won't be live for another 30 minutes. Uh, okay, here's somebody that I think my community will appreciate. I'm going to, I'm not sharing the screen. Cool. Okay. We are going to go raid the Cozy Corner because they're doing apparently a 12-hour 4,000 follower special that will include Minecraft, Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing, and more. So, like, this is y'all's. Like, I have at least 2 or 3 people in my channel right now that love all of those games. So, we're gonna go say hi to this person. All right. Thank you all for coming to my stream. It's lovely to see you. Thank you, all of you dish raiders who stuck around. Um, exclamation point Discord. If you would like to join my Discord, you can sign up for stream alerts. I will only ping you if you sign up. Um, but you can get alerts there an hour or so before I go live. Um, but yeah, thank you all for coming. Good nights, and I will see you in the Cozy Corners channel. Bye.